Hi, Katarina. Hi, everyone. Just a quick reminder that the Zoom will take place at 9:30 UTC, so it's 10:30 for CET. I don't know from where are you assisting, but it's in an hour. Okay, thank you.
Oh, good morning, I feel. Okay.
Good morning, Katarina.
Yeah, I was thinking that it's in 1 hour, but I was not sure whether I had understood well, so I tried it now. But yes, I think I can try already to
Yes.
whether my presentation is running. So I try to my presentation now. So okay, 1 moment.
Yeah, I think that's the best moment.
Yeah, so 1 moment.
Now I see you.
Yes. Okay. Fenster mit Bildschirm auswählen. What should I don't know.
I see the Zoom.
You see something? No, 1 moment. Was this one said? Zoom? No. You see something?
Yes, I see the diaporama, the slides in presenter mode, so it's perfect.
Oh, yes, you see it.
Yeah. Can you try to switch the slides?
Yeah.
Perfect, it works. Great.
Oh, perfect. Thank you very much. So see you in 1 hour.
Yes, exactly. I'm going to remind everyone.
Okay, bye-bye.
Hi, Marion. Can you hear me?
Good morning. Yes, I can see you and I can hear you. Yeah, I was a bit confused about the timing of today.
Yeah, no, that's what I was going to say. It's in an hour because it's 9:30 UTC time.
Yes.
And yeah, so for CET, it's 10:30.
Yes. Okay. So we started an hour. Okay, great. Yeah.
Great. Perfect. Do you want to try are you presenting today? Do you want to try?
Yes, I think it works. I can try it. I can start sharing my screen now.
Yeah, so we can,
yeah.
We are sure.
Yes, you should be able to see it right now.
Yeah.
And then we start from the beginning. Okay, yeah.
I just don't see it in presenter mode.
Not yet?
Mode. No.
Okay, because on my screen it is in presenters mode.
I mean, I see the notes and the slides in the side. I don't know if that's what you are seeing too.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just I see that now I have different versions of Zoom open, so I'm going to close them all and I'm going to start up again. So just in a minute, I'll be back. Yeah, thank you.
Let's do that. Okay.
Yeah. So Izia, I'm back.
Yeah.
And I'm going to share again my screen. Are you able to see it right now or not?
I see the presentation, the PowerPoint.
And now,
okay, perfect.
yes.
Now I
Okay.
see it in
Yeah.
presenter
Yeah.
mode.
Brilliant. It had to do with
Can
the
you
different version.
can you try and go to the other slides? Past yeah.
Yeah.
It's quite yeah. No, it works. It works well.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
No problem. So see you in an hour.
Yeah. Thank you.
януаре анонс программы Мигрант. Termenul de punere 31. Nu, eu nu cred că vă dura multă plecare ce să faceți.
Ja. Sanāksmē. Jā, bet Laura tev neko nav atsūtījusi vēl, jā? Par to. Jā, vai tu neuzrakstīji viņai, lai paraugu kaut kādu atsūtu vēl kaut ko? Vēl nav, jā. Labi, tad viņi varētu tā informācija man būtu pietiekoši sagatavot.
Hi, everyone. I see comments in the chat. Just a reminder that the training is starting at 9:30 UTC time. So it's in 1 hour for those who are from Central European time. So yeah, sorry for that inconvenience. Hi, Nick. I see you're online. Can you hear me? Just to tell that we are starting at 9:30 UTC time, so 10:30 CET time. If you want to try your presentation and share your screen right now, this is a good time. Okay, great. I see your screen. I see the presentation. Can you try to switch slides? I just can't hear you. Nick.
Okay, no, I was on mute there for a minute.
Okay.
I'm trying to figure out. Okay. Is it working?
Yes, perfect. Great.
Okay, I'm going to stop sharing.
Great.
Okay.
So we're starting in 30 minutes. Okay.
That's okay. No, there was Zurich time, there was Central European time, and we're on Greenwich Mean Time. So,
Sorry.
so I'm going to leave now. So, okay.
Okay.
Bye-bye.
See you.
Okay, está arrestado. Hay quem dê despacho, né? Este processo grosso. Será que nosso Manuel não vai despachar a ordem de operações da aula? Essa aí dá aula agora. Não sei. Não consigo.
Hi, Nelson. I don't know if you're talking about the time of the the time of the webinar, or the training, sorry. I can't really hear you well. I don't know if you're asking for the time of the.
Sim, sim. Se o aluno tem que andar. Tem que andar a dar horas. Tem opções. Só que tem que fazer. Faz quando quiser. É assim. É. Isto tudo é possível. Tudo é possível. Everything is possible. There's a reason for everything. Como é que é? O senhor da Europa? Não. Vai invadindo, vai provocando, vai pondo mais um tanque ali, mas é o. Depois tiram. Mas não mete outra vez. É mais ou menos. Depois faz para o outro lado. Pá. Assim, sei lá, o meu é importante, para começarem a numerar aqui as fichas de você vai fazer um e-mail para os NPAs, os chefes dos NPAs nos enviem os planos de férias. Vai fazer isso. Aliás, existe um Índia para os planos de férias. Não. É carregar lá os planos de férias. Já passo. Eu tenho que me falar, porque eu estou com serviço à saúde encantado. É bom, estamos a porta. palette e la ripeto di palette. Só por curiosidade. Santani. Santani. Um homem tomado. Então, 250.
Hi, Brian. Hi,
Hi, Zia, how are
Yvonne.
you? I'll just try share my screen there if that's okay.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was going to say. We didn't have any problem with Nick, so I guess it will work for you too.
Is that coming through okay?
Yep. Can you
Yeah.
try to switch the slides? Okay. Great.
Okay,
It's working well.
perfect.
Okay, I'll just try mine now. Okay, how's that?
Yeah, I see it.
Let me see now. Okay, yeah, it won't move with
Yeah.
a mouse click. Great.
Okay, great.
I
Perfect.
can leave this on, so
Mhm.
personal questions about me. So let me put it all out here. My name is Florence Chapman. I'm a Ghanaian. I'm from Kita in the Volta region of Ghana. I had my basic and secondary school education in Kita University in Accra. Again, I'm single. I was married. I married very early at the age of 24 years old. It didn't work out. I was too young, so I didn't know much. The wrong person. It didn't work out. It's okay. For the sake of my daughter, I'm not going to talk about my ex-husband.
Okay, hi everyone. I'm just aware that there's a little bit of interference. Somebody may have their microphone unmuted. So if you could please just all check your settings and make sure that you're muted for the webinar, that would be really greatly appreciated. Thank you. So hello everyone. I'm aware that it's now 10:30 and it's time to start our training. Just a big warm welcome to everybody who's attended here today. It's so great to see such wonderful numbers. One would think that maybe online training fatigue has set in, but it appears not to have. So great to see you all this morning. Yeah, just I can hear someone has a very active farm animal, chicken, cockerel, don't know what exact term to call it, but if you could maybe mute your microphone or ask the cockerel to keep it down, that would be awesome. So again, you know, very, very welcome here today. So today's training for Project Strike is hosted by ourselves here in the University of Limerick, myself, Yvonne Ryan and Colin Fitzpatrick. Both of us work here in the University of Limerick. We had obviously planned that you would be here to visit our beautiful campus and that we'd be able to show you around and host you all, but unfortunately, you know, life doesn't always plan out the way we expect. But look, it's great to be here. I think there's a lot of positivity. Hopefully we seem to be seeing brighter days ahead. So today is the final training session of our Project Strike. This project was 24 months long. We started in February 2020 and we'll be wrapping up our program next month. However, in some ways, COVID has played some advantages to our program of work. We now have an absolutely extensive library of resources, webinars, online training, and additional resources that are all available on the Strike website. So do check that out. We're aiming to make this webinar as interactive as possible, and you'll notice, those of you who are here a little bit early, both myself, Brian, and a few others have put our presentations on Mentimeter, and this is to help you engage with the content a bit more. Also, please feel free to use the chat to speak to each other. You can message each other directly on Zoom chat, and whatever you say won't be seen by us and it won't be recorded, but you can reach out to your colleagues, and unfortunately, we can't meet in person, but we really want to keep up the interaction and give you the best experience that we hope to give you as possible. So I'm just going to quickly give a very, very brief introduction to Strike. Oh, my presentation doesn't seem to want to move on. Oh, there it is. Okay, so just for those of you who maybe haven't heard the full background to Strike, there's 4 main full partners: the University of Limerick ourselves, the S-Cycle team in Unitar, the German Police University, and the Dutch National Forensic Institute. And we've been blessed to have so many wonderful associate partners: German Customs Authority, Dublin City Council, who you'll hear from today, and the German Customs Authority we'll hear from on Thursday, and the District of Lower Bavaria, Basel Convention Regional Centre Slovakia, who hosted their training in November, and all, again, those resources are online and available to you. The African Institute, who've been key in bringing us some of the network and the findings from our Strike survey, to really inform what's going on the ground, that we can actually deliver this training to you. The Waste Management Department of the Ministry of the Environment and Physical Planning in Macedonia. And we've been just absolutely gifted with the high-level advisory board that we have, and I see many representatives of that here today as well. So just a big thank you for all your support through the last 24 months, and for being the incredibly valuable resource that you have been. And I've already outlined the duration of the project. What's actually interesting as well is the geographical scope of Strike, which covered not only the EU, but the Balkan region and selected African countries. And I think that's given us a key insight into what's happening on the ground. So just some of the basic Strike objectives, and I suppose it's why you're here today, is to actually enhance the operational activities and capabilities of authorities involved in addressing illicit trade and management of problematic waste streams. We have a strong focus on e-waste, end-of-life vehicles, batteries, waste mercury and mercury added products. And some of you would already be well familiar with the CWIT, the .com waste and the Wasteforce project. So this builds on the expertise and capacities developed in those projects as well. So this is where the kind of the further information and further resources live for Strike. If you visit Strike Project and click resources, the webinars are all there. I've just highlighted 3 of them here. We actually held 9 webinars. 8 of them were unrestricted access, and the 9th one you may have to request access by sending in a short email. It was very much focused on road inspections. So again, those are there. Watch at your leisure and in your own time. And if you find them useful, please just drop us a line and let us know what you found useful about them. So to introduce you to Mentimeter, if everybody could, you can use your mobile device or however you're viewing this, your laptop or your desktop, to go to menti.com, www.menti.com. Input the code 41852881 and vote on these here. So we have 1 vote in. So today is your first time attending a Strike training or webinar as well. To you, you are extremely welcome. Thank you so much for voting, and thanks for letting me know you're. Yes, someone else has been to one. So I did not think this fully through. No answer is for people who are not here at all. Great. Excellent. I'm going to give a little bit more time for people to log into Menti and vote. So this for the presentation I have up here, this is the code for this one. You will have to input a new code for maybe Brian's presentation, but we will be using Menti throughout the course of the training. Great.
If you have problems to connect to the Mentimeter, you can, of course, ask for help in the chat. And you can see the code is on the screen in the up part. So
Great. Great. It's wonderful to see so many people engaged already. Okay, I'm going to move on from this one. And I just want to quickly ask those of you that are logged in and those of you who have yet to log in, which country are you attending from today? You'll be able to Moldova, Wales, a few people from Ireland, Switzerland, Scotland, Croatia, Northern Ireland, Portugal, Iceland. Oh wow, there's so many answers coming in. Slovenia, great, Czech Republic, China. Wow, welcome. Oh my God, the Ireland team are out in force today. Great, and I haven't even answered any, so I'm one less. Great. Oh, this is wonderful to see. Germany, Switzerland, England, Denmark. Great, welcome everybody. Lithuania, I hadn't read that. France, lovely, and Latvia. Great, welcome everybody. That's wonderful to see that this is working. Great, thanks so much everybody. Georgia, great, it's lovely. Okay, so I really wanted to stick to our schedule. And you can see we have a lot to get through every day. Our start and end times are the same every day. Break times are the same every day. And you'll see that our breaks are short, 10 minutes. So if we finish a little bit early, you know, we can have an earlier break, but our breaks are really, really short. We're trying to condense as much content as possible into, you know, 3 hours of training per day. So while it looks long, a session, we are bringing into that interactive elements and also breakout sessions and things like that. So today's program ahead is not by accident. So today's program ahead, so we're going to start with Brian Heffernan from Dublin City Council. Brian works in the National Transfrontier Shipment Office. Brian is going to give us a case study on the inspection and detection of waste. We'll have a short break from 11:20 to 11:30, and then we'll move into enforcement plans. And Nicholas Bond, the coordinator of the WERLA in the southern region in Ireland. Oh, sorry there, somebody is just not on mute. Okay. Easy, I wonder, can we mute people
no,
manually?
That's the problem. That's only Esther who can do it. So that's
okay. This is a little bit the value of muting your microphone. So we're going to move on then to enforcement planning, key considerations and pathways. And Nicholas Bond is going to lead us through that. We'll have 3 breakout sessions at the end of that presentation, led by myself, Brian and Nick, and we'll bring you through the work that we're going to do in those breakout sessions. Then we're going to have a short break, and then session 3 is going to be an introduction to environmental damages, and we are going to be introduced to this by Marion Stelling from the Netherlands Forensic Institute, and we have Farah Bukwel from the EU Forum of Judges for the Environment to speak to us about the BioVal project and ecological damage to fauna, and bringing that into our considerations. And then finally we'll provide a summary of the day and preparation for day 2. And so again, welcome to everybody. I'm going to hand over to Brian at this stage for his presentation. And if there's any questions or comments, please put them in the chat. Myself and Izzy are here for technical queries. And again, thanks to everyone for attending this morning. And I'm going to give the floor to Brian. And thank you, Brian, and welcome.
Thanks very much, Yvonne, and welcome everyone today. It's great to see so many familiar Names down the right-hand side of my screen at the moment. I'll just try to share my screen now. Okay, is that coming through okay, Yvonne?
Yes, it's working.
Excellent, thank you. Okay, so yes, today I'm going to talk about plastics. It'll be quite a broad-ranging presentation looking at various aspects of it. But as you can see, given my title or given the area I work in, waste shipments, I will focus quite a bit in waste shipments and just some recent developments in this area. And essentially what's trying to be done to kind of stop some of the, or slow down some of the issues that have arisen with regards to waste plastic shipments over recent years. As Yvonne has just gone through, we will be using Menti today. So in 4 or 5 slides time, I'll have my, there'll be the first question. It's the same website as you can see, but it is a different code. But there's no really need to take note of it now at the moment. But there'll be time to put it in when the slide comes around. Okay, so just from an agenda perspective today, I'm going to talk a bit about the history of plastic. So roughly the last 70 years, just when really plastic production really ramped up. And we're of course still dealing with that kind of massive kind of development to this day. I'm going to talk about the Basel Convention, so an international convention which looks to restrict hazardous waste in particular, but more recently has moved into the area of plastic waste as well. I'm going to look at some of the guidance that's been produced, so from the European Commission, but also some other areas. There's still some enforcement challenges remain. So for our inspectors on the ground, trying to implement this new guidance and these new legislative changes. I'm going to touch briefly on the proposed recast of the waste shipment regulation, which was announced by the European Commission November gone by. And then also I'll finish up and just look at some other initiatives outside the waste shipment arena, but which are still very important, and at least from a European perspective, and how it's going to change the way we think about and use plastic in the coming years, with the whole aim of reducing what's produced. Okay, so the key events, as is alluded to there, 1950, it's when it really started. There was, of course, polymers were produced up until that point, but it was really after the Second World War where, the really large scale production kicked off. And I'm going to look at some of the statistics on that in a few minutes. Jump forward quite a bit then to 2018, and there's the China ban. So China, they were hinting at it and they were putting in greater restrictions as time went on and various operations, which were kind of starting to scare the industry. But then eventually they just announced a total ban on 24 solid waste items, of which plastic was probably the one that grabbed most of the headlines. And the industry has been, I suppose, dealing with the reverberations of that since. Then the following year afterwards, there was an amendment to the Basel Convention, and I'll go into that in quite a bit of detail. So again, this was, the vast majority of the countries in the world are signed up to this convention. So if you want to, really influence and change how the shipment of plastic waste is treated, this is where the change needs to happen. So we'll look at that in some detail, as I said. The next couple of slides just going to outline, I suppose, the scale of the problem and the scale of the production. As I said, from 1950, this is our base year that we're going to talk about, and it's what a lot of the numbers on this slide and the next slide are based on. So the numbers in this slide in particular, they're taken from a 2017 paper by Geyer, Jambeck, and Law. So in the top left-hand corner, you can see what that refers to primary production. So essentially since 1950, that's 8.3 billion tons of plastics have been produced, which is a phenomenal number. And, I suppose roughly half of that was produced in the 15 years up until 2015. So it just shows the kind of, how it's been through the decades, has been ramping up almost exponentially. So of that 8,000 or 8.3 billion, 2.5 is still in use. It's still in our buildings. It's still in products. It's still in use at this point in time. But what that does then leave is 6.3 billion tons, which have been wasted, which have gone, which are no longer in use. And, you know, interestingly, this paper then, what it did, as you'll see on this slide, it was the fate of those. So of those 6.3 billion, what happened to them all? And as you can see here, like some startling statistics, only 9% were recycled. So actual recycling, you know, going for an operation which turns it back into, you know, a reusable product again. Incineration, so whether that's, you know, the majority of this, of course, is going to be with, you know, as you know, in municipal incineration or co-incineration, when we're looking at the likes of cement kilns. But that then, taking out those, at least we know where that 21% left, but the remaining 79% has ended up in landfill or the natural environment, which is, you know, it's a truly horrific number. And yeah, you know, from that figure alone, you can see that something really does need to be done. The final statistic on this page is relating to the volume of plastic that's estimated to be going into the oceans every year. Now, it's from a separate paper, but again, it's quite a large number, 4 to 12 million tons, and there is quite a range in that. But that was the best modelling that the team could do at the time. So again, a lot of that is, you know, it's focused on a number of the kind of key river systems in both South and Southeast Asia. That's where a lot of that is estimated to be going into the ocean from. Okay, so this is our first interactive piece of the day. So it was based on a 2020 international survey. And sorry there. Based on a 2020 international survey. So it was an extensive survey, and what we need you to do in this instance is just go to, again, menti.com, so menti.com. You can see the code on the top. Oh, people are doing it already. So it's pick your tree using the code 6349847, and I'll just give you a couple of minutes to choose. So it's like being at the races here and seeing one plastic beverage bottles jump out into the front here. I could almost provide some commentary here if I was so inclined. But yeah, so plastic beverage bottles, cigarette butts, food wrappers, leading the field. I will just give you a few more seconds. Excellent. So cigarette butts were top, plastic beverage bottles were second, and food wrappers were third. And if I remember correctly, well done to everyone, or the majority of you who got the top three bang on. So as you can see, cigarette butts were the highest recorded, beverage plastic bottles second, and then food wrappers third, and then on down and into the other ones, which yeah, all littering the environment and unwelcome visitors to our coast. We'll see later on, just from a European perspective, just some of the attempts that the EU is looking to make regarding the Single-Use Plastics Directive. But yes, so that's, thank you for your contributions there. Okay, so now just want to one slide just on a study that was conducted in 2020. So it was by Interpol and LifeSmart. So LifeSmart was a study based out of the Scottish Environmental Protection Agency. So again, it was work was done soon after China introduced their ban. So they were looking at the impact of the impact of what the introduction of the Chinese ban made on the international shipment of plastic waste. So what they found was that, unexpectedly, I suppose, that, there was a lot of rerouting from China to other Asian countries. So Malaysia, Vietnam, Philippines, Indonesia, all of these started to pick up the slack. And slack that they weren't really prepared to take. Now, a lot of these countries in the meantime have started to introduce their own measures. Again, some of them linked to the Basel Convention, but they don't want to be dumping grounds either. So all these countries, they're introducing various bans, some of which have started. They've put in levels of contamination that they don't want exceeded. So some of these are in already, and others will be in by 2025. What this study also found, what there was fragmented interagency cooperation. Now, what that means is that's interagency within the country, so within the countries of export, not just the countries of destination. So, so whether that's between kind of waste shipment inspectors, with police, with customs, they just found that there was room for improvement in that area. Another modus operandi that they found was the increase in waste fires. So some of these were in legal sites, some of these were illegal sites, particularly, I know we received an interesting presentation from our colleagues in Poland before a number of years back. They noticed quite a lot of intentional waste fires in their jurisdiction soon after the China ban. They investigated whether the presence of organized crime groups was a factor, and they just weren't able to come to the conclusion definitively whether to say this was a big impact or not, but it was something they did look into. So finally, on waste traceability, this is regarding improvements, what they recommended, some of the changes that could be made to assist with for countries to track their waste plastic following the China ban. So better national databases, just so that you know the plastic that you're producing and where it's going to end up. Better international licensing systems. So just for instance, EU countries, they're quite, we work to the Waste Framework Directive. There's various permitting and licensing requirements as a result of that. But they weren't seeing it in some of the end destination countries, so they recommended the strengthening of that. And then they also recommended the introduction of an electronic platform. Now, work going on at the EU level will facilitate that over the coming years, but I guess they were looking for it to be rolled out much wider than that. Okay, so the Basel decision. So this was the third, if you remember from one of my first slides, the third kind of key event that has happened so far. So this was 2019. A decision was reached to change the Basel Convention regarding plastic waste shipments. So this initially came around as a result of a Norwegian proposal to amend the convention. So there was particular concern over the impact on marine pollution. So, at the time, there was a lot of various documentaries, the likes of Blue Planet. So there was a Sky News one and various other ones. So a lot of work going on in the area of plastic waste. But, the visible impacts of what it was doing to marine life was very, very impactful. And the proposal went ahead and the decision was reached in May 2019. So what it did do was amended some of the annexes. It amended some of the annexes regarding waste shipments, and I'll go into that in the next slide in a bit more detail, but not too much technical detail at the same time. What it did do was introduce some new terminology. And, there was some difficulties around that, from an enforcement perspective, which we'll also look at, but it was still kind of a great attempt to get such a big change across the line. So, this text was introduced, although it may cause some difficulties down the line from an enforcement perspective. But again, we'll look at that soon. But overall, I suppose we need to remember that what it's looking to do, the overall aim of this amendment, and it's looking to, contribute to the environmentally sound management of plastic waste and prevent illegal transboundary shipments, which is, in the enforcement community, we can we can all agree to that. So some of the specifics then, just again, not going into too much detail, but just to give you a flavor of what was involved. So they redefined just the different types of plastic waste which could travel as a green list. So this is the lower tier, for those not familiar with waste shipments, it's the lower tier permission. So this can still, these can still go ahead, but essentially, if you want to ship this waste, it needs to be pretty much just one single polymer with very, very little contamination or other types of waste in it. That's the restriction. They created a new code, which is called Y48. So this is, it's non-hazardous waste, but it refers to kind of mixtures of waste. So, and the important thing about this is that it's subject to the more stricter procedure, and it's also prohibited to non-OECD countries. So that's from an enforcement perspective, that's a very important clarification. There was also then a new code for hazardous plastic waste, which again, also subject to the notification procedure, the more stricter procedure, amber list procedure. And it's also prohibited to non-OECD countries, according to both the Basel Convention and the shipment regulation. And these amendments have applied since January 2021. This slide was taken from the Basel Action Network. So it's an NGO which monitors trade data from various parts of the world, but particularly to non-OECD countries. So this was midway taken in September of last year. And you can see what we're looking at here then is pretty much, so from on the left-hand side where the graph is higher, what we're looking at is a distinction between the end of 2020 and the start of 2021. So this is when the Basel Convention started to apply from January 2021. And what you can see is quite a significant drop off in exports from developing countries such as the EU, Japan, the UK and the US, over to all those non-OECD countries, and particularly those countries in South and Southeast Asia, which have been traditionally major destinations for this type of waste. So there was a drop off, but I suppose the concern is there's still concern, particularly from the NGOs and from other agencies, that while there has been a drop off, the drop off just hasn't been enough. Okay, so this is our second poll today, just in this presentation. So again, same drill as before, 6349847 is the code. So in your opinion, what is the greatest challenge regarding plastic waste? So first option is the difficulty in verifying the environmentally sound management of plastic waste at end destination facilities, increasing the recycled content of new plastic products, the area of marine pollution, which I touched on there, increasing current recycling rates to achieve more stringent targets, all of the above or none of the above. So again, I'll just give you a few minutes to run through that. Okay, so we've about 30 responses in so far, and yeah, all of the above is streaking away with over about 3/4 of the results so far. So it's pretty definitive. Yeah, like yeah, it's hard. It's probably hard to agree with that. Hard to disagree with that. Marine pollution. It's perhaps the one that if you were maybe for members of the public who kind of aren't involved, it's maybe the most kind of visceral kind of example. But I guess when those of us who work in the area, you can see that to really achieve change, you need to be working in all of these areas. Okay, thank you again for that. We'll move on. Okay, so now we'll just move on to the guidance section, which I spoke about at the start. So the European Commission, since the introduction of the Basel Amendment, wanted to introduce guidelines. So this is the, as it looks, it's number 12 in the series. So the purpose of these is to introduce a common understanding of how to apply the waste shipment regulation in various aspects of it, particularly from an enforcement perspective. So the correspondence, so each of the member states has representatives which feed into and refine text to ensure that all member states can agree how to apply it. So as you'll see my second sentence there, it is complex work because you are then seeking the agreement of all member states to contribute to the document. So so yeah, it can take time, but I guess it's important that all the member states can agree on the final text. So we're looking to practically apply the decision at Basel, but also retaining certain EU preferences. So the EU introduced certain amendments to the Basel Amendment, let me say, just for shipments within the EU. So they also had to be considered as part of the correspondence guidelines. So yeah, the work proceeded. It got over the line in December 2021, just last month, obviously, and they've applied since. So there was a kind of interim arrangements in for the majority of 2021, but now the correspondence guidelines apply in full since early December. Some of those terms that I mentioned in that Basel Convention introduced are as follows. So it's almost exclusively consisting of and almost free from contamination and other types of waste. So there are two of the more difficult terms and phrases introduced in the Basel Convention. So it was, you know, the guidelines to be of any use had to come up with an understanding of what that meant in terms of plastic waste. So there's quite a lot of discussions on that. And it was decided to introduce thresholds for plastic waste. So this was a way to distinguish whether a shipment of waste is can be shipped as green list, so as the B3011 code, or the more stringent Y48 code. So there's two limits there. So one is for the 2% is for when a shipment of plastic waste leaves the EU. So it's shipped outside the EU, a 2% limit applies, but there's a higher threshold for shipments within the EU, so 6%. So it can contain 6% if it's staying within the EU. But of course, as a result, there will of course be some practical enforcement challenges, and I think really, you know, 2022 is going to be a year where all of the countries and their enforcement inspectors start to conduct the real work to enforce these changes. So I think, you know, yeah, we would be part of an Impel network. So I think important work will go on there. So just to develop that understanding among the community. There is plenty of other work going on as well. So again, to provide guidance to inspectors. So one of those, there's work going on technical guidelines on the environment identification and environmentally sound management of plastic waste. So it's quite a, as the name suggests, quite a technical document that's been worked on by a small working group to finalize that. Impel, there's a guide for inspectors, which is enforcing national legislation and shipments waste. Our own office is leading that work, and we're hoping to have it released in a number of weeks. So it's a more practical tool for inspectors out in the field. And I'll refer to some of the examples, the photographs and that over the next few slides. And also some of the NGOs like the Basel Action Network, Greenpeace, they also would, you know, as was highlight and identify some of us what they would see as the injustices regarding plastic waste shipments on kind of to those countries which are not able to deal and handle that waste properly. So some of those enforcement challenges. So for instance, the Basel text, you know, some of the language around almost exclusively consisting of almost free from contamination and other types of waste. There'll be challenges to try to kind of get the head around that. You know, if you open up the back of a container and look at the bales of waste, some polymers are quite easy to identify, but there are others which are not so easy. You know, often, you know, I'd be, after cooking dinner, I'd be looking at the various plastics that come with some of the food that I prepare, and you know, I'd be guessing what a polymer is, and quite often I'm wrong. Even though it looks like a particular one, it's quite often something else. So there is difficulties around that. The thresholds, the 2% versus 6%, that would be very important work, which will be for our own office, will be ongoing this year, but also for other countries as well. So it's, you know, it's getting up to speed on training and to being able to introduce, apply those thresholds as detailed in the correspondence guidelines. And then also the work that will be ongoing, tracking waste shipments, and, you know, being satisfied that once a shipment of plastic waste leaves the country, that it ends up going to the destination it's meant to go to. You know, and, you know, I suppose what's important there again is building those relationships with the competent authorities in other countries, and being able to, you know, build up relationships, but also being able to get the actual responses from those countries once you make your request. So just to go through a few different examples of plastic that an inspector might come across on a shipment. So this one, LDPE, low density polyethylene, relatively straightforward. Yeah, if you come across this, you'd be looking at that, you'd be pretty satisfied that it'd be able to ship as a green list. So that would be B3011 within or out if it's a shipment leaving the EU, and EU 3011 for staying in the EU. Something like this, poorly sorted mixed plastics. Again, you can see some plastic in there, but I think if you were to take that apart, you know, something like that, it's going to be very hard to recycle. And, you know, I think it's this type of material that the convention is really kind of aimed at. You know, it's not good enough to be able to ship this halfway around the world for the small bit of valuable material to be taken out of it and the remainder just to be burnt or dumped. So something like this would require to be notified both within the EU and outside the EU. So it's the type of material that the convention looks to chase down. So, you know, there are many other types of plastic waste. The common packaging ones, like you've seen in the last two slides, by volume are the biggest, the greatest volume of waste plastics that are shipped, but also there's other areas. So we plastics is another one. We presents challenges in this particular picture. You can see plenty of non-plastics. So this is not going to be suitable for green list. And then also when you're dealing with you have to consider some of the legacy POPs, so persistent organic pollutants like flame retardants, one example. So it adds an additional level of complexity when you're trying to classify the waste in the first place and then ensure it ends up in the right destination. And then the last one is agricultural film. So, you know, when this material is generally presented, it will be quite dirty, having been on a farm and wrapping silage and being, you know, quite dirty. So again, the vast majority of this, if it's not cleaned, it's going to require notification. But in some instances where it's really well washed, it may be possible to ship as a green list waste, but it's definitely it's one of those examples that you really have to be careful about and look at carefully. Okay, so just coming down to home straight now. So the EU Commission in November just gone by, they launched a proposal. So this had been well flagged. They've been doing a lot of preparatory work over the last couple of years. So we did know that this proposal was on the cards. So it was published in 2021. So it's part of a larger package of measures that the European Commission is looking at the moment, but all aimed at promoting a circular economy in the EU. So this is just one of the kind of legislative pillars which will assist with that. But in essence, the feeling was building that the Commission no longer wanted the European Union to be exporting its waste challenges outside the Commission or outside the Union. And, with that in mind, one of the headline proposals is prohibition to non-OECD countries for recovery by default. So that is a bit of a game changer when it comes to the shipment of plastic waste, but also some of the other waste there as well. So any green list waste prohibited by default. Now there is a process to be included. So individual countries, if they want to receive these type of wastes from the EU, can still do so. But it is quite a task. But I should emphasize as well that this is that the regulation as it stands is just at a proposal stage. So a lot of work will go on over the next year or so, which will finalize this document. So it is just at a proposal at this stage. But overall, I think this measure in particular would reduce the risk. So it reduces the risk, say, from for European waste going to countries where it should not end up going to. So I think that can only be a good thing. And it also, linking back to the second point above, it does promote a circular economy within the EU. So, you're not losing resources, you're able to keep the plastic within the EU for EU facilities. Now, that's, of course, dependent on, you need to have the volume of facilities that's able to cater for that waste, but that's probably another line of discussion, but still obviously very important. I should also say as well that even say at the moment what the proposal states that even once the new regulation goes into force, this prohibition to non-OECD countries would not take place until 3 years after that implementation date. So that's very important again. So it gives industry, it gives various actors involved time to adapt to the new situation. So that's another kind of key element of the proposal at the moment. Okay, so this is our last Mentimeter poll. So again, just to ask you, in your opinion, what would have the greatest impact in increasing the recycling of plastic waste? So communicating a clear message to the public, introduction of deposit return schemes, reducing the number of polymers on the market, increasing focus on commercial plastic waste, and again, and all of the above and none of the above. So again, just give you a few minutes for that. So yeah, again, similar trend to the last time around. All of the above is streaking ahead, and deposit return schemes had a narrow lead. Yeah, deposit return schemes are going to be introduced in Ireland this year for PET bottles and for aluminium cans, I think. But yes, a few votes in for communications, making it clear to the public, and then again reducing the number of polymers on the market. Yeah, because it's I mentioned earlier on, it can be difficult enough for inspectors, but you can imagine for the general public having to kind of get their heads around a lot of this as well. It can pose challenges. But no, again, a clear winner there, all of the above. So we'll move on to the last couple of slides. Okay, so as I said, given my my focus or my own work on waste shipments, the majority of the presentation so far is focused on that. But I just wanted to highlight some other areas of work that are going on, because from a shipment perspective, the inspector and a waste shipment, we're all often we're the last kind of line of defense almost, and you know, there is of course a realization that, while the waste treatment regulation will also always be important, it's not the only tool available. So, there's a lot of work going on again at EU level and obviously in other countries as well. The waste hierarchy still applies. It's still a very important principle that should be taken seriously. It should be implemented. So, for instance, your prevent waste for ever being produced in the first place, and working its way up then eventually towards disposal. But so these are some of the initiatives just want to go through briefly that are taking place. So the overarching one is the European Green Deal, which covers a wide variety of areas aside from just waste or circular economy, but it is the overarching European proposal. Coming out of that is your circular economy package, which then feeds into your plastic strategy, your single-use plastics directive, and your end of waste and byproducts, which again is another element of the Waste Framework Directive. So the SUP directive, looking to limit the number, going back to our first poll there and seeing all those single-use items. So this is looking to prohibit the sale of a lot of these items in the first place, so they never end up in waste, contaminating it. And then also it has mandates on increasing the number of the recycled content of putting targets in and increasing the recycled content of bottles as they, set a certain target by 2025 and then increasing again by 2030. And these are just two of the measures of 10 or 12 in them. So again, all important measures to try and reduce the production of plastic. And then work going on again in our own field in the area of end of waste and byproducts. This type of thing, it needs to be streamlined just to make it easier for everybody in the chain to be able to apply. Once something is, the risk is taken out of it, and to make the process to turn your pellet or your flake and get it out of the waste chain and get it into being classified as an end of waste, and reduce the administrative burden as a result. So again, just some of the detail around that. As I said, the packaging directive. So it's introduced new recycling rates of 50% by 2025 and 55% by 2030. As I said, the single-use plastics, the top 10 items, which include your cutlery, food, drink, and bags and cotton buds. And then there's another area which I just came across recently, so it's sustainable product policy and eco-design. So putting in, again, looking to extend the lifetime of products in the first place, making them easier to repair, and then putting, once they are sold, including various information with them so that the consumer is better informed of what they've just bought. Okay, so some conclusions then. So I think, given the volume that's been produced and just the 79% of material that ended up in a landfill or in the natural environment, I think it's safe to say that the old system did not work. And it did not work in particular for developing nations, particularly during the 80s and 90s. A trend developed whereby containers of our waste were put in big ships and ended up in the Far East, and that is, it was seriously, it was not sustainable, and it probably is never sustainable in the first place, but something needs to be done about that. There are major challenges ahead. I think we can all see that. It's very hard to turn around when trends become and habits become so entrenched, even over a 40 or 50 year period. It is hard, it's hard to turn around that boat. But at the same time, as we can see what's been done at the EU level, there is a lot of work going on at Basel, at EU level, on a countrywide basis, at Impel level. So there is hope for the future, but I will leave it at that. So thank you very much for your time today and for listening, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thanks a million, Brian. I think can all agree that that was a really interesting presentation, and you made some fantastic points about, you know, it really has to come to a point where we're not generating this waste in the first place, and that ultimately is producer and consumer responsibility. So at this point, I'd love to open up the floor to questions. I just saw one hand up there from, I think, Jakob had his hand up for a second, maybe not, but please feel free to unmute and ask a question, or ask a question in the chat. You're more than welcome. And thanks for a great presentation again, Brian. Okay, I'm just going to have a little look in and see if I can see any hands up or any questions coming through in the chat. Okay. Oh, Jakob was just applauding. Thank you, Jakob. Okay. Somebody played a little bit of music. I don't know if that was a really appreciative.
I'll take that. Yeah, I'll take
yeah.
that.
Let's go with that. Great. Okay, I think maybe people might appreciate a little bit of an early break then. Oh, great. Karen says, thanks presentation, Brian. Great presentation, Brian. Thanks so much. Thanks, Karen, for the feedback. Great. Okay, so for everybody who's on Central European time, it means we have actually a 15-minute break. So we are back at 11:30, and because a lot of you are from Ireland like myself, that means we're back at 10. Oh yeah, sorry, we're back at 10:30. Sorry, it doesn't mean we have a 15-minute break. It means we have a quick break, 5 to 7 minute break. So I am really not good at converting between the two time zones. I know it's only 1 hour, but it just catches me every time. So if we feel free to pop off, grab a cup of coffee, run to the bathroom, whatever you need to do, and we'll start back here promptly at 10:30 or 11:30 again. Thanks, everybody. Bye. Bye.
Thanks.
Always find our conversations so fascinating. I learn so much just by talking to Nick. So I'm absolutely delighted that he agreed to be part of our training program today, because I'm sure you'll agree that you'll just learn so much from Nick's experience. It's so vast and it's so practical. So without further ado, I'm going to hand over to Nick. At the end of this Nick's talk, we'll have 3 breakout rooms hosted by myself, Nick and Brian, and we'll bring you through those. So just an interesting fun fact that I'm planning for the end of the training. There'll be a little Mentimeter quiz at the end of day 3, and for you to self-evaluate what you've picked up during this training. And I am going to post a prize to the winner of the self-evaluation quiz. So just a little incentive to keep people listening and participating with today's program. So again, without further ado, handing over to Nick, and thanks everybody.
So thank you, Yvonne, for your kind words, and for for Brian for that very interesting presentation to us. I'm sorry, no, I just need to move my screen. I hope my screen is sharing with you there. Can someone confirm that it's sharing?
I'm just looking. I'm working between 3 screens at the moment, Nick. So I don't think so.
It shows that I'm screen sharing.
We see your screen. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Jakob.
So, and thank you to Brian for the very interesting presentation. We work closely with Brian, and I'm going to talk about that later on and how we organize our inspections. And Brian talks about something needs to be done, and I suppose we're at the source of the waste, and we're the people who have to do that something. So I want to give a little bit of background about how we got to where we are today and why we had to make those changes. And I want to give a practical talk about how we organize our inspections, because sometimes it's difficult to know just where to start. Yvonne has mentioned there that we will be having some breakout rooms at the end, and I'll have a slide at that at the end. And I know Izia will allocate people into those rooms, and hopefully we'll have some good interaction. I'm a member of Impel as well, and in the cross-cutting team, and we always learn from other countries. We're not experts in this in any shape or form, and if we have to keep learning at all times how people do things. So just a little bit of background about Ireland itself. It's a small country on the periphery of Europe. We have 5 million people in it, and our main industries are pharmaceuticals, chemicals, computer hardware and software, agriculture, food products, beverage and brewing, and medical devices. And we have some interesting and good news for ourselves in that we're now out of lockdown. It happened last Friday. It all just ended. It's probably to do with our high vaccination rates, but we're out of lockdown, which is great after 2 long years of lockdown and not lockdown and in and out. So it's good news for us, and everybody is welcome to visit at any time, and we're always green. So just within Ireland itself, we have 31 municipalities or local authorities. And those local authorities are multi-purpose bodies who are responsible for housing, planning, the roads, water supply and sewage, development incentives and controls, fire service, environmental protection, recreation facilities and amenities, agriculture, education, health and welfare. But we have, as a local authority or a municipality, as they're known in Europe in some places, we have over 500 environmental obligations contained in 100 pieces of legislation. But the primary one I want to talk about today is the waste management legislation. We brought in the Waste Management Act in 1996. Now, we were very delayed in bringing this in. The Waste Framework Directive came in Europe in 1977. We didn't transpose it until 1996, but we were subject to it between 77 and 96. So that Waste Management Act is a piece of legislation that deals with waste management planning. That's how we plan, how we deal with our waste. It includes measures to reduce production and promote recovery of waste. So that's the waste hierarchy that Brian has talked about. It allows us to make regulations in relation to the holding, collection and movement of waste. So to move waste in Ireland, you need a waste collection permit. To hold, recover and store waste, you must have a waste facility permit or a license from the Environmental Protection Agency. These are the recovery and disposal of waste and environmental protection obligations on the state and also on individuals within that. So we seem to have a good system in place for us in a small country with all these municipalities, with all these obligations. However, we fell foul of the European Court of Justice, and in April 2005, the European Court of Justice ruled that Ireland had generally and persistently failed to fulfill its obligations under the various articles of the Waste Framework Directive. And that was a persistent and systemic failure within the state in dealing with our environmental obligations, particularly in relation to waste. And that was the non-governmental organizations had reported us to Europe, and quite rightly so, for the failures we had. And the arrow that I'm showing you there, the one that I'm showing, that was in my own area. I wasn't working at the time in this area, but there was 3,000 cars in a field being dismantled with no controls whatsoever. And that's the situation we were facing at that time, and that's why we were found guilty. Now, the reason that we were found guilty was more likely that we tended to organize our inspections around failures rather than opportunities for intervention. So we hadn't gone back to the source. We were reactive rather than proactive. We weren't organizing our inspections to prevent the issues from occurring. We were reacting to the issues as they occurred. So we were controlling the risks to the environment by the old inspect and enforce model. That's we enforced issues, we were reactive, we got complaints from the public of burning or dumping or other issues on there. We were adversarial, we weren't working with stakeholders within the industry. And it was a hard and incident response. We were trying to go to court, prosecute people. We weren't working in compliance assistance, we were reactive and adversarial. But unfortunately, the challenge that we were facing at that time when we were found guilty in the European Court of Justice was becoming more and more difficult. We had increasing regulation. We had an increase in the number and diversity of regulated facilities and entities. And Brian just touched on, just in relation to the waste shipment regulations, how do you identify the types of plastic, the percentage recycling within that plastic? Is it green list? All these things are very, very complicated. And we also had to realize that there are not, nor ever will be, sufficient resources to identify and support the successful prosecutions of all offenders. So we had to come up with a new system, and we did. And in 2015, the European Commission closed the case against us. We avoided daily fines. Now, we carried out significant work, and I was involved in that work between 2006 and 2015. We agreed a roadmap of deliverables to achieve compliance with the judgment, and that included recognition of the waste enforcement as a core function of local authorities. We established the Office of Environmental Enforcement, the National Trans-Frontier Shipment of Waste Office. That's Brian Heffernan, he talked about it there. We established that office as part of our deliverables to the European Court. We started to carry out our inspections under the recommended minimum criteria for environmental inspections, and I'm going to talk about that later on and how we organize those inspections. And we have a dedicated enforcement staffing nationally. We also cleared up a significant number of sites, and we had spent 120 million by the end of 2016 when we got out of that case. We also standardized the 31 different municipalities were issuing their own collection permits, and there was no consistency in the way they were doing it. So we established a national office to issue collection permits for the collection of waste. We established planning offices for the development of regional waste management plans. Instead of having 31 plans, we have 3 plans, and we're going to 1 plan. And we set up the waste enforcement regional lead authorities, and that's what I'm in. And that's to bring in consistency across the 31 local authorities we have in the country, and consistency in the enforcement effort. We also realized that we could only control the risks to the environment by combining the old inspect and enforce model with the new model of compliance assistance and customer service. So we want to help people to do the right thing. We want to prevent the issues from happening. We want to work in partnership with the industry, and we want to solve the problems. So how do we solve the problems of the source of waste, which is causing problems for Brian in the waste shipment regulation? But there is a contradiction in that. There's a contradiction between people who want to work in enforcement. They have a harsh enforcement orientated adversarial regulator. And then you have the compliance assistance. We're helping people to do the right thing. And the challenge for us in waste enforcement in Ireland was to resolve that dichotomy or that contradiction between those two different approaches. We did that by means of organizing our inspections. And I've referred to this. This was a commitment we gave to Europe, that we would organize our inspections and develop inspection plans under the recommended minimum criteria for environmental inspections. Now that's where generally you just produce an environmental inspection plan for the year. For us then, you know, if we could simplify that, just say, you decide that you're going to inspect certain premises. You identify those premises to be inspected, and then you carry out those inspections in a consistent manner. It sounds very simple, but how do you do all that? And how do you organize and you allocate sufficient resources to carry them out? What we do in the waste enforcement regional lead authorities is we have divided the country into 3 parts. So all those inspection plans are all consistent. Now, Brian has talked about the export of waste from Ireland, but within Ireland itself, waste knows no municipal boundaries. So it moves between different counties and different municipalities. And we want to ensure that the people who were inspected in those areas have the same inspection no matter what part of the country they're in. So we want to ensure consistent enforcement of waste legislation across the 3 existing waste management planning regions. Organized criminal groups will exploit any inconsistencies in the way you approach different matters. So we had to design intelligent interventions in relation to the movement of waste between these municipalities. So we had to analyze patterns of non-compliance. We had to improve our understanding of waste movements. So the source, which is the source of the waste, the pathway by which it moves, and the receptor is the ultimate destination, be that within Ireland or for export itself. And then we had to design an intervention strategy, not just a prosecution, but we can disrupt this activity, or we can help with compliance assistance. We realized that we couldn't do this on our own, so we had to develop a coordinated approach with other agencies within the state. So we have lots of different regulatory authorities, and we need to collaborate with them by means of data exchange agreements or service level agreements between them. So you can see there, we also have attended training courses with Interpol. We're on Impel, we're in the strike training programs, but we work with our revenue commissioners on Garda Síochána, which is the Police Service of Ireland, the Environmental Protection Agency, the Transfrontier Shipment of Waste Office. We also work closely with the non-governmental organizations. We do not have enough waste enforcement officers to cover all the country. So we depend on voluntary groups and non-governmental organizations, and we receive reports and complaints with them. We receive over 70,000 complaints per year, and they're all investigated. We get about 98% investigation rate on those complaints. We have a national complaints system. That means you can ring up, make a complaint, and you'll be given a unique reference number for your complaint to be dealt with, and you can ring back up and check where that is. So and we work with our colleagues in revenue and with our colleagues in the Department of Social Protection, in that money is at the root of everything we do. All waste, none of these things would happen unless there was money to be made. So when we were developing our RMCI plan, that's our inspection plans under the recommended minimum criteria for environmental inspections, we look at the inputs, which is the inspectors that we have available to us, the amount of money we have to spend, and our technology that we can use. Now, at the moment, we're falling a bit foul of the GDPR, the data regulations in relation to the use of audiovisual recordings, but that is going to be addressed in the Circular Economy Bill, which is going to allow us to deploy covert CCTV and audiovisual recordings in accordance with the legislation that's coming in. So we look at the outputs there, and the outputs are the audits and inspections we carried out, but we have to talk about outcomes. It's not just a matter, I did 20 inspections in the year. What is the point of doing those inspections, and what are the final environmental outcomes of what we do? Now that means we're eliminating the risk associated with inadequate implementation of regulations and eliminating the risk to the environment, and helping then in terms of the export of waste that it doesn't cause environmental pollution in other countries as well. So we work closely with the NTFS. So how do we organize these? And believe it or not, we could maybe take our inspiration from a man called Donald Rumsfeld. He was the United States Secretary of Defense between 2001 and 2006 under President George W. Bush. Now, he did a lot of things, but one of the things he said was he gave a speech one time about the weapons of mass destruction in Iraq. And he said, there are known knowns, these are things we know. We also know that there are known unknowns. That is to say, we know there are some things we do not know, but there are also unknown unknowns. These are the ones we don't know, Now, whether we agree with the sentiments in relation to the weapons of mass destruction in Iraq, we can take the thoughts he had about known knowns, known unknowns, and unknown unknowns to organize our inspections. So the known knowns, these are the things we know that we know. These are the revealed risks from an analysis of all the data we have, and we have lots of data. So the known knowns are dealt with by routine or scheduled inspections. So you know how many known knowns you have, and you can plan your inspections accordingly on that. So within the local government sector in Ireland, we know what we have. Nationally, we have 805 IPC licenses. We have over 1,000 waste facility permits. That's where they hold waste. We have over 2,000 people who are allowed to collect waste. We know about the hazardous waste movement within Ireland from the NTFSO and the export of waste from the NTFSO. We have a number of levies in place, the plastic bag levy, the landfill levy. We're going to bring in a deposit and refund scheme, and we have the single-use plastics directives coming in. And then we also, I mentioned earlier that we're working with our stakeholders as part of our deliverables to get to resolve the issue of the European Court. We introduced producer responsibility initiatives in relation to WEEE, tires, ELV, packaging, batteries, and single-use plastics. So these are the known knowns, and we can prioritize these for inspection by looking at the risk of environmental pollution from their activities. We can look at the reports from the public who may report on over these 1,000 facilities that store waste, that they're open at irregular hours, that they're very noisy, they're not having any controls to prevent pollution. And we look at the history of their activity and also by means of general monitoring. And I mentioned that we work with our colleagues in the other regulatory agencies, particularly the Gardaí. So we run multi-agency vehicle checkpoints because the Gardaí, our police service, are allowed to stop vehicle on roads and we're not. And we review and analyze the information gained from carrying out audits or inspections on these facilities and also by general surveillance or monitoring. So if we look at just the main, sorry, I just clicked one there. Our intervention package, I mentioned we need to have an intervention package. So we have over 1.8 million householders in Ireland on the curbside collection service. And we can't obviously call to all those houses. So we have to focus on the people who collect that waste. And so our intervention package was focused on making the collectors of the waste comply with conditions of their permits in relation to waste segregation, to times of collection, the incentivized charging structure to encourage householders to segregate their waste correctly. And we also supported these collectors by closing down those who were not in compliance and not operating in accordance with the conditions of their permit. So that was our intervention strategy there. Our intervention strategy on construction and demolition waste, which is a huge issue for us and one of the reasons we were found guilty in the European Court of Justice because we didn't protect our special areas of conservation. So we focused on the original waste producer. So we go back to the sites of origin. And if it can be dealt with correctly at the sites of origin, well, then the waste generally will be dealt with correctly by the people who collect it, recover and dispose of it. We also have to help people to do the right thing. So under Article 27, which is the byproduct notification system, we have to ensure consistency in the way that byproducts are notified and the way they're recovered. There's nothing wrong with material being reused as a byproduct. We're also working on the end of waste criteria there in relation to crushed concrete, soil and stone, and tarmac. So we have an intervention package for that, and we run seminars for our original waste producers. These are the major construction firms about how they would manage the waste at their sites. And we have a construction and demolition waste management guidance. So original waste producers at construction sites must develop a construction and demolition waste management plan and how they will recover and reuse and dispose and recover of the waste from their sites. End-of-life vehicles is a problem all over Europe. End-of-life vehicles and metal waste, and we focused on the authorized treatment facilities. These are the scrapyards, and if you're a registered owner coming in, you must dispose of your vehicle correctly. If your vehicle is found on an unauthorized site, you're subject to enforcement action, which is a fixed payment notice of €100 per vehicle. And we looked at the data, and I'm going to talk about that later on, about an intervention package in relation to high value waste streams from the metal industry and how we were able to analyze the data to identify an appropriate point of intervention. So we have to support these 220 authorized scrapyards nationally by ensuring that they are all operating to the same consistent standards and the material is dealt with correctly. Brian, in the National Transfrontier Shipment of Waste Office, when vehicles are being exported, they identify the sites of origin. They communicate those sites of origin within the country to us in the enforcement side of things, and we carry out inspections to make sure that they are operating correctly. We also work with our colleagues in the Extended Producer Responsibility Initiative to do with tires, in relation to tires being collected, because every end-of-life vehicle has 4 to 5 tires associated with it. So we can track end-of-life vehicles by analysing the number of tires that are being collected from scrapyards under the EPR scheme. I mentioned there about the producer responsibility initiatives, and we have producer responsibility initiatives or extended producer responsibility initiatives for which is waste electrical and electronic equipment, for tires, for packaging, and we're developing EPRs for single-use plastics, for cigarette butts, for balloons, wet wipes, and other issues under the Single-Use Plastics Directive. So the main thing we wanted to do is we wanted to ensure in this intervention package that everybody who is required to register with the Extended Producer Responsibility Scheme is registered with them. So that's our role as the enforcement officers, because we can take action against it. And we want to prevent issues from happening, such as the tire site there, which we're spending over €1 million at the moment cleaning up in County Clare. But we're coming to the end of all these types of sites because they're all registered with the EPR schemes. So we can select then, we can analyze the data, and there's no point in inspecting people who don't pose a risk of environmental pollution. They have to be monitored to ensure they're consistent, but we can analyze data to select people. I don't propose to go through all those selection criteria, but Yvonne tells me the presentations will be available for you to look at later. So you can see there that the inspections and the audits we've carried out, and these are the known knowns, these are the people we know about, that the inspections are capturing 95% of the waste collected from all households and 84% of commercial waste tonnages. And you can look through those slides later on. So then we have the difficulty, the unscheduled inspections. These are the known unknowns, things we know that we do not know. So we don't know where lots of the material is coming from, maybe where the cars are being dismantled, where the construction demolition waste may well be going if it's not being dealt with correctly. These are things we know we do not know. So how do we plan for that? These are unscheduled, non-routine inspections. And our aim is to identify and find out more of these known unknowns over the course of a year and move them into the scheduled inspections or close them down and ensure a level playing for those who are authorized. So our intervention package for the unauthorized waste activity, this is the known unknowns, deals with disrupting that activity. So we do that by means of multi-agency vehicle checkpoints. We do it by monitoring the activity and general surveillance. And we get a significant amount of support from our colleagues in the police service in Garda Síochána in Ireland, and also from the revenue commissioners and people who may well be in receipt of a social welfare payment. And we work closely with our colleagues in those to carry out multi-agency site inspections. We also carry out anti-dumping initiatives where we clean up dumping black spots, but we also look at the waste that has been disposed of there to identify maybe the sources of the waste or areas of low collection coverage so we can get authorized waste collectors to go in and clean up. We also, I mentioned about compliance assistance. So as part of the anti-dumping initiatives, we want to help people to do the right thing. We run bulky waste and mattress amnesties where we collect them for small fees. People can bring them to our civic community sites and they can dispose of the waste correctly without having to resort to unauthorized waste collectors. I mentioned about examining data to see an appropriate point of intervention, and just a recent project we have is examination of high-value waste streams at scrapyards. And the high-value waste streams at scrapyards are actually the batteries, the catalytic converters, the weed that's arising, and so we analyze that data to find out where the anomalies were. So if I have an authorized scrapyard and I'm dismantling a vehicle, I should have X amount of fluid per vehicle. I should have 5 tires or 5 or 4 tires. I should have 1 battery and 1 catalytic converter. So we were finding that in these scrapyards, and some of them, not all of them, you might have a car that has had a certificate of destruction, which is a notification to say it is no longer on the road and has been dismantled. But they may not be able to account for the batteries, or they may not be able to account for the catalytic converters. And as a result of that, then we can target them for the inspections. So we have a problem with catalytic converter theft in Ireland because these rare earth metals, due to the phenomenal increase in the use of electronic equipment, are extremely valuable. So the catalytic converters are being dismantled from in unauthorized sites, and that causes environmental pollution for us. Now, I'm just conscious of the time that we're moving through it. So I have some figures there about the number of inspections we're carrying out and the number of activities, what we're doing and how we coordinate and consistent. And there's a multiplier effect in carrying out all these inspections. So if you carry out inspections on waste electronic and electrical equipment, well, then the other people in the industry know that you're carrying out those inspections and they will comply just on the basis that they don't want to be inspected. Number of waste prosecutions, and I mentioned there that it's not just a waste prosecution. We have to help people to do the right thing, and sometimes a prosecution can be a negative thing and it takes up a lot of time. So we're moving towards fixed payment notices for smaller offences, which stops us having to go to court. Education and awareness, it's all about compliance assistance. So we have run consistent approaches. So we run enforcement campaigns. We identify quarters in which they will be carried out, and consistently with that, then we run education and awareness campaigns at the same time. So we're educating people on what they should be doing right, and then supporting the authorized industry by carrying out enforcement campaigns in a coordinated and consistent manner. We also work with our communities, because if we can involve the communities and make them resilient in relation to their own local areas, they will help us and identify the sources of this waste. So we support the cleanups of community groups who go and clean up our areas, and we also investigate any of the waste that they have collected. And these have all been very successful. We also work with our colleagues in the probation service. These are people who have committed minor offences and may be sentenced to community service, and they are involved in the cleanups and can be assigned to carry out cleanup works throughout the country. And these have all been very successful. And by being involved in cleanups, then it educates people on their obligations under the various pieces of legislation. So then we have the big ones, the difficulties we have, which are the unknown unknowns. These are the ones that we don't know. So how do you plan, and how do you decide what you're going to do in relation to these unknown unknowns? Well, some of the things and how we can work on unknown unknowns is by attending training courses, and particularly European ones, where you discover issues that are going on in other areas that you didn't know could be happening in yours. And one of the things, and this is not a paranoid statement, the absence of evidence of unauthorized activity is not evidence of absence of unauthorized waste activity. So you can have areas of ground. We carry out aerial surveillance, and we're hoping to work with Copernicus and the European satellite to look at analyze the data that's coming on the daily pass that they pass over Ireland, and the photographs are freely available to us. And we're looking for, difference in groundwater and in the ground coloring to see if we can analyze and detect unauthorized activity. We have issues in relation to diesel sludge, because we have green diesel. We have diesel here that is used for agricultural activities, which contains a dye. It's less expensive than the diesel for normal road use, and that diesel sludge causes a problem for us in the border areas, and they're changing the rules in Northern Ireland at the moment. So that's going to cause another problem for us in across the border, and that it may cause problems for us in south of the border. So the issues that I picked up about the global mercury problem, we were dealing with mercury here in terms of dental amalgam and mercury separators at dental practices. But there are other issues which I learned at the previous strike training program about mercury and the difficulties and the other sources of mercury, which is a bioaccumulant and is extremely hazardous. The shipbuilding and shipbreaking which is going on, which I discovered at another strike training course, and we're going to have some of our fishing fleet is going to be decommissioned as probably a side effect of Brexit, and that fishing fleet, and where does it go, and it's something we have to be aware of when they go, and we didn't know about these things beforehand. So each year a few more of these unknown unknowns will become known unknowns, and they'll continue all the process. So why as a state, and why do we in Europe do all these things? Why do we expend so much effort in what we're doing? Well, what we're trying to do is preserve habitats and species. We're trying to maintain our water quality, and we're also trying to mitigate climate change. So Irish peatlands themselves store some 1.5 million tons of carbon, representing approximately 64% of the total soil organic carbon stock present in Ireland. And Irish peatlands were a big source of where a lot of the construction and demolition waste, which caused a problem for us in the European Court of Justice case, were actually disposed of illegally. But we've managed to get a good grip on that by having a consistent approach and going back to the source of the waste. So as waste enforcement officers, we have lots of challenges. But the big challenge would be that 20% of the regulated population will automatically comply with any regulation. And the 5% will attempt to evade it, and the remaining 75% will comply as long as I think that the 5% will be caught and punished. So our intervention strategy, I suppose, could be summed up in this: we want to catch the 5% and help the 75% to comply, because the 20% will comply anyway, and we have to support them as well. Now, Yvonne mentioned that we were going to go to breakout rooms. So Brian, these are the 3 breakout rooms we have identified, and Izia will break out everybody into these rooms. So Brian is going to talk about the prioritization of activities for inspection. So how do we identify which activities we want to inspect, which are the ones that cause the most harm, and how do we identify the resources to be allocated to that? Yvonne will look at the intelligence-led multi-agency approach. So that's where we analyze data and identify appropriate points of intervention and our intervention strategies, and what other agencies we work with. And I'll talk about the appropriate point of intervention. So we don't have enough people to call to everybody's house in the country to identify how they're disposing of their waste. So we've identified an appropriate point of intervention in relation to focusing on the curbside collectors. And we're very interested to hear the viewpoints of the other countries who are attending this forum today, what appropriate point of intervention you have and how we can learn from you and what you're doing. So thank you very much. And I'll stop sharing.
I'm on it. Sorry if it takes a bit of time. This is first time for me. And it should work very soon.
Hopefully we should be in our breakout rooms in a minute. Okay.
Okay, so this should work.
Yep, great. I can see I can press join now. Thanks, Susie.
Great.
Wonderful.
Enjoy. If you have any questions or problems to join the breakout rooms, please tell me. But this should normally be very easy to manage. Hi, Zibo, sorry. I saw your message. I'm trying to make you join a room. I'm on it. I hope you can see the message now. Hi again, everyone. Did it work well, the breakout room session?
Yeah, no, the technology did not fail us, so that was great. And yeah, no, we had a short chat there, so we'll present the findings now in a second. Thank you.
Oof, good to know. Thank you.
Okay, I suppose, Nick, do you want to provide us with a little sum up of your room?
Well, we had Jakob asked a question in relation to, or he just advised that in his country, it's like a deposit and refund scheme for motor vehicles. So when you hand in your car as an end-of-life vehicle, you get your refund back, and you can get up to €1,000 for that, which is possibly a better incentive than we're using in Ireland, which is we'll fine you €100 instead. So if you don't do it correctly. So that was a very good question. And Mike from Ghana asked a question in relation to, I mentioned that we're sharing information between our regulatory authorities, and Mike asked a question which is probably better answered by Brian in relation to, do we share information about the export of waste to the developing countries, and do we receive information back from them? The other question we were asked again was in relation to how do we identify, say, for mercury waste. So I explained that we had a register of all the dental practices, and they signed up to waste collection. We see the data from the waste collectors, and if people are not collecting any mercury from these dental practices, then we carry out an inspection accordingly. And that the Environmental Protection Agency also look at waste transfer forms, and the hazardous movement of hazardous waste is by the TFS, and the hazardous waste controlled by the Environmental Protection Agency, and we can look at all the data in relation to that. And we learned from the shipbreaking lectures and seminar we had that they are a source of mercury as well. That was it. So Brian, I wonder, could you address the issue for Mike about the sharing of information with the developing countries?
Yeah, thanks, Nick. Yeah, I know we don't routinely share it, but if I can't remember receiving such requests in recent years, but you know, if it's between, you know, from competent authority to competent authority, I guess we definitely look at that, you know, given that, you know, we all have the same interest at heart. So no, if Mike, you know, wishes to contact our office, I'm assuming Mike works for the local government, but yeah, no, we're happy to chat further.
Mike works for, he's an NGO and a journalist in environmental matters in Ghana. So he was just
okay, sorry.
But I did explain to him that it was before your time, Brian, there was a project in relation to farm film plastics in Ireland many years ago, and it was all being exported to Vietnam, and we certainly followed up with the Vietnamese authorities and got information back from them as to where it was going. It's a long time ago there.
Okay, guys, I'm just kind of conscious that we are at a break time, and we have a lot to get through in the program. I know we should probably sum up what happened in our rooms, but I think I'd be happy to do that in the chat if that's okay with you, Brian. Do you mind?
That's fine.
Okay, I'm going to just call it break time now, and we are returning at 12:30 for those on the continent, and for us in Ireland it's actually 11:30. So you know, quickly grab a break. And again, thanks to Nick for leading this session. I'm sure you can agree it was really, really interesting. I took loads of screenshots as you were going through, Nick, because I was fascinated with some of the slides. So see you all back here at 12:30. Thanks again, everybody.
Thanks, Yvonne.
Training. So this section is an introduction to environmental damages, and I'd like to introduce Dr. Marian Stelling from the Netherlands Forensic Institute and Farah Bukwel from the EU Forum of Judges for the Environment. I'm going to hand over to Marian now, who's going to share her screen, and she's going to provide an introduction to this session. And like I said, this is the final session of today's training. So over to you, Marian.
Well, thank you, Yvonne, for the introduction. I think, yeah, you have to stop sharing your screen so I can share my screen.
I can see your screen. Marion.
Yes, okay, well, thank you. Thank you so much. Well, welcome everybody to this final session of today. I will give you a short introduction into environmental damage, but our most important guest of today is Farah Boukel of the Secretariat of representing Eufje. And we're really pleased that she was willing to present their BioFel project. And what I will do is I just give you a short introduction into the topic and a short summary of the work that we've performed during the STRIKE project, just to show you how we think that the BioFel project actually perfectly fits in with the work we've performed for the STRIKE project. So I'm Marion Stelling. I'm a forensic scientist at Netherlands Forensics Institute, so mainly involved in environmental forensics, and we're a partner in the STRIKE project. So, and just to show you why we think that impact and validation of impact is so important. In general, we see that environmental crimes, they tend to remain invisible. And we believe that there are two reasons for this. First of all, we see that it's really hard to detect for compliance officers. So some aspects that we heard during our trainings and our webinars were, for example, that there are no clear signs during inspections, many different materials, difficult legislation, but also a lot of information is available. And so we think here there are opportunities for use and collection of data. We already saw some examples provided by our IRIS colleagues today, but we will have some additional topics about this tomorrow in our session 2A. And the other reason why environmental crimes tend to remain invisible is because the impact also tends to remain invisible. And this is actually, this hampers the works of prosecutors and also of judges. And we think that here there are opportunities for quantification and validation of impact. So from this aspect, what we've done during the STRIKE project, and I will show you the results in just a couple of minutes, is that we quantified the impact of non-regulated mercury emissions. And so we're really pleased to have additional information about the BioFel project from Eufje. And tomorrow in our final session, we will have some additional impact cases presented by Mrs. Katharina Upplinger-Madesbacher of the District of Bavaria. And she will show the impact of 2 additional illegal waste transports. So what we did for the STRIKE project and the emissions of non-regulated emissions of mercury, we created an environmental footprint, and you can see the results in this graph. So an environmental footprint in general consists of different impact categories, and you can see them on the x-axis, on the horizontal x-axis here. So you see that our environmental footprint consists of 7 different impact categories. So we have ozone depletion, just to name the largest one, human toxicity, there's climate change, and there's ecotoxicity. And the categories acidification and freshwater eutrophication were less significant in our impact, in our analysis.
Sorry, Marion, your slides are not moving on.
So on which slide are you right now?
I think we're on
the 5th one.
The 5th one, yes, that's the one that
no, I think you referred to a graph, but that didn't.
So do you see it move now?
No, it doesn't.
Oh, yeah, I don't know actually what
I think you're sharing the wrong screen. You're showing, you need to do the slideshow.
Okay, what I will do is that I stop sharing and then I start again.
Yeah, you need to go into slideshow and.
Yeah.
This happens to me with Zoom a lot. Yeah.
So you see my screen right now or not?
Still the same one.
Yeah.
Yes. So I'm just now. Okay. I start from. Yeah. Should I use online presenting then or not?
I I don't
I think
know.
I think if you
think
just
so.
start the slideshow, just start
Yeah.
this. Yeah, click on that button.
So what slide do you see right now then?
We're still seeing the outline. So it's not actually, we can see all of your slides, you know, with the slides to the left and the main slide in the center.
Yeah. What you could do, Marion, is just click down on the left and click down to the slides that way. It might be the easiest.
Agreed.
Just if if you can go on to just click on the next slide, it will come up on the screen.
So you see, what do you see right now? Sorry for this, this is really awkward, but yeah.
You see the mode where you can see all the slides in the left and your notes in the yeah.
So you could click on the left-hand side and just click the next slide, just go
No,
down.
I don't see, I have my slide in the full screen. So
Okay,
I
well,
have a
leave the
completely
full
different view from this perspective. I stop sharing again, I try again, and otherwise we just hand over to Farah without my introduction.
Marion, are you using 2 screens?
No, I'm just
Oh, yeah.
having one.
You might be sharing the wrong screen.
You could escape the full screen of your slides and then go,
Yes.
like they said.
Yeah, it's fine if it's not in presenter mode.
So here, maybe.
Perfect.
So what do you see right now?
We see slide 5.
You see slide 5 or slide
Yeah.
4? A large
Slide
one.
5.
You see a footprint or not?
I see impact assessment used for the strike project. And I think if you pressed on the down button, maybe on your keyboard, it might move you to the next slide.
No.
You're on slide 5, Marion.
Yeah.
And if you just
No,
if you-
I'm just
if you
going to try it
minimize-
once
If you minimize
again.
your screen, if you minimize
Yeah.
your screen, you'll be able to see it.
Hmm.
Are you still there, Marion?
Now I'm going to stop share again, and then I don't. Yeah, I think that's.
If you just share without the presenter mode, it's fine.
Okay, so if I share right now like this.
Okay.
Yes or not?
We're waiting the screen. We don't see your screen now.
Yeah, okay. It's brilliant. Yeah, sorry for this.
I remarked to somebody yesterday that it's online presentations are hard.
Yeah, well, it did work this morning with Marion.
Yes,
don't
so
know.
this is actually quite awkward.
Can you try to share your screen again?
Yes. Now I did close it on my actually, I think that it may be right now. The screen filters, okay. Now I don't know. I think it basically doesn't work anymore, I guess, from my perspective. So
Okay. Would that be okay if we move on to Farah's presentation?
just one. What do you see right now?
Okay, now we see.
Okay, okay, great. I really, yeah. Okay, so now I'm going to. So now you see the yeah.
Yes, we see it.
But not in a presenter's
presenter
mode.
mode.
So,
But it's okay.
But now it
No,
should
it's
be in
fine
a
like this.
presenter mode or not?
No,
It's fine
still
like this.
Is it not in a presenter mode right now?
No, it isn't.
No.
Okay. But then I
Let's
just
go
move it
first.
like this and then it's
Yes.
smaller. Okay,
That
brilliant.
works
Yeah.
perfectly.
Yeah. So what I told you where we had, sorry for this, everyone. Yeah, I do think it's important to say that environmental crimes, they tend to remain invisible for two reasons. So they're hard to detect for compliance officers. So we had some topics this morning and we will elaborate on this tomorrow morning. But the other issue is that we also see that the impact, they tends to remain invisible. And this is actually quite difficult for prosecutors and judges, so it really hampers their work. And we think that here there are opportunities for quantification and validation. So yeah, Farah, sorry for the introduction, but yeah, we're really pleased to have you here to present the outcomes of your BioVal project. And we think that it really fits, nicely with work we performed for the Strike project. For the Strike project, we actually created an environmental footprint. So I hope now that the graph is visible somehow. So what we did, what we see is that an environmental footprint, it consists of different impact categories, as you can see on the x-axis here. And our environmental footprint has 7 impact categories, whereas a complete environmental footprint actually has 18 impact categories. And you see that in our environmental footprint, there are several impact categories that are quite dominant. So we have human toxicity and climate change, and also ozone depletion and ecotoxicity as relevant impact categories. So the height of the impact categories is indicated on the y-axis, and the impact is expressed in euros, in money. So if we look at for the Strike project, we evaluated 4 cases, legal cases in which emission of mercury took place. And so we see that mercury is highly toxic, and I'm sure that Jacob Maag in his presentation on the day 3 of the training will elaborate on this a bit more. But we see that there is actually impact in the categories human toxicity and ecotoxicity. So the mercury impact is indicated by the red bars. And so we see that those 4 cases, there was over almost 800,000 euros impact expected to be in the category ecotoxicity, and slightly less in the impact category human toxicity. But I have to say here that there is also a green bar, and this is actually the impact caused by 1 case. So this was 1 case consisting of illegal trade in elemental mercury meant for artisanal small-scale gold mining, and the amount was so large that the impact actually quite disrupted my whole footprint. So I had to place it in a separate scale on the right side here. So we see that the overall impact on human toxicity of mercury emissions is actually quite large. So what is also shown in this graph is that there is the impact of illegal waste transport. They are indicated by the blue bars. And we see that the waste transports that were evaluated under the Waste Force project have impact in different impact categories. So there's more impact in climate change and ozone depletion to be expected there. And so on the average, we see that the impact caused by illegal waste transports is around 300,000 euros. And Katarina will tomorrow give some additional figures for the illegal waste transports. Well, just to speed up a bit after my clumsy screen sharing action, to give you some background on how these footprints are created. We see that within the European Union, it is a policy to create circular economy. And so they use a lot of life cycle impact assessments, basically for all production processes. They want to have life cycle impact assessments. And we see that a lot of standardization is going on with respect to the relevant impact categories, but also a lot of information, background information becomes available. And we can use this for mismanagement of waste and illegal waste transports to calculate the impact. And I'd like to stress that the impact of the non-regulated mercury emissions, so the evaluations performed under the STRIKE project, are also available in a report that is downloadable from the website with the title Impact of Non-Regulated Mercury Emissions in Legal Cases. And so important is that if we look at the impact categories that are defined right now by the European Union, we see that there are 18, whereas in our footprint we saw only 7 impact categories represented. So there is a number of impact categories you see in these light blue rows that are related to human health. And then below there is a set of impact categories like land use, ecotoxicity, marine eutrophication and acidification that relate to damage to species and ecosystems. And finally, there is a set of impact categories that is related to the availability of mineral resources and things like increased extraction costs and resource availability. So one of the difficulties that we see with these impact categories is, and the creation and the interpretation of environmental footprints, is that all the impact categories have different units. So if you look at climate change, for example, the amount of CO2 emission is relevant. For water scarcity, the amount of cubic meter of water is relevant. And this actually is the cause of the cost that the different impact categories, the comparison between the different impact categories is rather difficult. And so, yeah, to overcome this whole issue, a kind of further standardization needs to take place. So what we can do is that we can use the global emissions of a person a year. You can see them here in the third column. Or we can validate and price environmental impact. And this is actually what has been done for the creation of the environmental footprint under the STRIKE project. So we use a methodology that's called environmental prices, that is known in literature as environmental prices. But yeah, we see that there are more other valid approaches to price impact in these different impact categories. And we also saw that if you looked at the environmental footprint we created in more detail, that we have quite a large number of gaps. And so things like damage to species and ecosystems are actually not represented well in our environmental footprint. And yeah, we see that you know, during the creation and the use of money, monetization, that there of impact, you see that there are also things like, you know, impact is validated different in different countries. And there are also political and economic aspects. And so, yeah, we're really pleased to have to address these issues we're really pleased to have Mrs. Farah Boukel of EUFIA presenting their work, their BioVal project today. And I think that it will be a great addition to the work that we performed for the STRIKE project. So I will stop sharing my screen now and I hand over the floor to you, Farah. So please be welcome.
Thank you, Marion, and hello everyone. It's nice to see so many participants from many different countries and organizations, also some familiar names. I hope at this time of the day you are able to have something to eat. I do hope you will not take your afternoon nap during my presentation, because I have some questions for you as well. Can you see my screen?
Yes, we can see it, but not in presenter mode.
And
okay,
now?
Now we can see it full screen. Perfect.
So let me present to you the BioVal project. It is a project where we try to develop a tool for calculating damage to species in a first instance, we decided to start with that, and maybe later on it can be applied to habitats as well. First of all, I work for ÖVCE. ÖVCE is an organization of judges for the environment, and we try to improve the knowledge of environmental law of our judges and share case law, participate in training, and with the overall objective of achieving a better implementation of environmental law. ÖVCE will almost exist 20 years. It is a small international NGO based in Brussels. Our members are mostly judges, also some courts, 140 members currently in many different countries. And these judges work in environmental cases at all the levels of the judiciary, so they can be administrative, criminal, civil judges. Everyone is welcome who is interested in handling environmental cases. Our main activity is organizing an annual conference, always on a hot topic of environmental law. You can watch our 2 last conferences on our website. There was one on air pollution law and case law in 2020, and this year or last year about the decisions of the Court of Justice of the EU in different environmental matters and how this is then implemented on the field. We also like to work together with the network of prosecutors, ENPI, with the network of inspectors and enforcement authorities, IMPEL, and with ENVI CrimeNet, that is a network of environmental police officers, and together we organize 4 networks events every year. This year it will be a virtual one, and we hope in 23 to organize a physical event. So BioVal, it is a joint project of the network of judges, of IMPEL, of the prosecutors, and of the University of Leuven in Belgium. We hope to create a non-binding tool, not legislation, but a list with criteria or values to assess ecological damage in court. Because for the moment we think that ecological damages are often not compensated for in the court, or they are underestimated. And in Belgium, we have a so-called indicatieve tabel. It is a table for human and material damages after, for example, a car accident. And it was created by judges, insurance companies, and lawyers. And there we have a list of values. So, for example, when you lose a partner in a traffic accident, you can claim, according to this table, 15,000 euros of moral damages. And this is a non-binding instrument, but everyone uses it because it gives you grip, and an idea was to create something comparable for ecological damages. And in the first instance, we want to start with wild fauna, because this seems more easy than trying to calculate the value of habitats. And why did we start this project? As I told you, and as Marion already said, often ecological damages, they are not compensated for because the people working in the enforcement chain, inspector, and then the prosecutor, and that in the last instance, the judge, they haven't got any idea of the value of a species or of a habitat. They don't have the time to look up the, I'm going to have a look at the chat. Is there? No, that's not for me. Sorry. They don't have the time to to do much research, and there is no time often in procedures to appoint an expert. And another problem is that nobody comes to claim the ecological damage. Often private persons or NGOs, they intervene in proceedings, but in the most jurisdictions, they can only claim for their own damage, not for the pure ecological damage. And indeed, who claims or who represents a bird of prey that has been illegally killed? And who is going to act in court for a forest that has been cut illegally? We think in theory this should be possible, and that in some countries there is already legislation to allow for this. For example, in Flanders, in the Flemish legislation, the judge can order, in addition to the punishment, he can order or she can order the restoration into the original state of the place. Often this is not possible. I will now give an example of this. You cannot breed certain protected species and reintroduce them. That is not always possible. And in such cases, with BioVal, we would try to develop this price list and impose this amount on the offender, and the amount could then go to a public fund for reinvesting in nature restoration. And we think that it would be best that this is a non-binding tool, because this is the path of the least resistance. We think that if there were a tool and it is based on objective criteria, inspectors, judges, and prosecutors will start to use it. And we think this would lead to more equal treatment in similar cases, which are at this moment often assessed differently because it's a different court or a different region. So we start with fauna. An example from Belgium, 3 marsh harriers have been poisoned by the constable in the River Iser Valley. That is a valley near the coast, the North Sea, where a lot of money has been invested in improving the habitat of these birds. And the constable himself was found guilty of poisoning these 3 marsh harriers. The Court of Appeal in Ghent imposed a fine of 6,000 euros and ordered the restoration into the original state. So the constable was ordered to finance a breeding or restoration program for these 3 birds in a bird rescue center and in close consultation with the Flemish Agency for Nature and Forest. But after the sentence, the Agency for Nature and Forest said or realized that it is not possible to breed these 3 birds in captivity. It is simply not possible. So what did they do? 3 chicks were found in the wild with a dead or a weakened mother, and these 3 chicks were taken care of in the bird rescue center, and our constable, well, he got to pay the bill. But is that cost, was that bill, is that the same as the intrinsic value of these 3 marsh harriers? Was this truly a restoration into the original state of these 3 birds? That can be discussed. So to do something about this, we started BioVal, and we started searching the legislations of all the different, as many different countries as possible for existing price lists of compensation or compensation systems. And we did an online survey of Impel, UFCE, NP, and so on members of university people, and we submitted them 3 cases. I'm going to submit the case of regarding the wolf to you in a minute. And we asked them about compensation. It was quite difficult because the quality of the responses was not always very good. People, and we also at the beginning mix up the punishment or fine with compensation, which is something different. And we didn't receive many legislation or relevant case law. And we lacked information also from important member states, big member states, such as France or Germany. Yes, the wolf. I would like to ask to you, or those who are still listening, a hunter illegally shoots an adult female wolf. The facts are proven. There is no discussion on guilt, and you are now the administrative authority, inspector, prosecutor, or judge in your country. Besides the punishment, we're not talking about punishment today. Would you have a possibility to order the compensation or the restoration of this animal? And how would you do it? How would you calculate the amount of financial compensation? Which criteria would you use? And to whom should the amount go? To the government, to an NGO? So I'm very curious, is there anyone who wants to try to answer these questions, or anyone who has experience in this matter?
How far is it that their habitat has been destroyed, or the actual wolf itself?
Yes, no, the wolf itself. The wolf has been illegally shot. But it could also be death by pollution, for example. But so one wolf, the price or the compensation for one wolf.
The wolf
No, please, Yvonne, proceed.
I'm just wondering if the wolf is on a protected species list.
Yes, so that is a question that you ask yourself.
Yeah, Farah, I think in the Netherlands there are no compensation lists available for protected species, actually.
And I see someone writing in the chat, why these animals? Yeah, in Europe, Western Europe, the wolf is coming back. So, and there's a lot to do about the wolf in Belgium and Germany. So sorry, maybe it's an example that is not so relevant for everyone, but yeah. Is there anyone who would like to, who has an idea?
Do you also welcome non-experts?
Of course.
Okay.
Jacob.
Yeah, thank you. Wolves have just been entering Denmark over the last maybe 5-8 years. Before that, there were none. And there's been a lot of debate, of course. And there was at least one case I know of where a landowner was prosecuted for shooting a wolf because he didn't like it to be in his premises. I think it's quite, of course, the punishment is important. I think he was sentenced to jail, actually. But the compensation, again, the best imagination I can think of. Okay, if you take in the case of Denmark, maybe there are only 5 or 10 wolves in total in Denmark. Yeah. So killing one wolf, it could be the pack leader, for instance. you might need to reintroduce a whole group, a whole family of wolf to compensate for that. And how do you do that? Good question. I'm not a specialist, but I imagine that it would at least find the right area where they could be introduced, not competing with another family. So investigations. Gets a family of wolves as wild as possible in Germany or somewhere else, Poland perhaps, and do all the support and monitoring you can to make sure that they have reasonable conditions where they come. So for me, it sounds like we're talking about, you know, hundred thousands of euros for this one wolf. This is just my, from the top of my head, thoughts.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes, so I hear you say the population size is important, difficult to go and find a new wild specimen. Yvonne would immediately go and find the protection status, because indeed wolves are not protected everywhere. They are in the EU, maybe not in other parts of the world. And yes, I chose wolf because they are enigmatic megafauna. Yes, because, but I could also, it could also be an example about a hamster or a very rare mouse or bird, or my example could have been about a part of a forest. So this example.
Asta has her hand up there.
Yes, please intervene. Sorry, my phone is ringing.
Hello. I'm
yes,
from Lithuanian Environmental Protection Department. I do not have so precise information about wolves, but in our practice we have compensations for the wrongdoing to nature, and it is calculated even for a fish. If a fisherman caught more examples of fish than it's allowed, so this certain amount of money is calculated, and this damage compensation is paid to the special fund for used for environmental issues. It is divided to municipalities, and it is used especially for environmental issues. It doesn't go to the state budget or general budget. That's our practice. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. And in Croatia, there is also an amount for a wolf of 5,400. Thanks a lot. Indeed, this is also what we found, that in many Eastern European countries, you have price lists and you have compensation legislation. I will come back to that. Is there anyone else who wants to comment before I continue? No? Well, if you have any ideas, just drop them in the chat, or please just talk and we will hear you. So after the survey, we looked at the red kite because this is a bird who is often the victim of poisoning, but also of habitat destruction. It is a bird protected under the CITES regulation, and yeah, we looked at the values for the red kite just to get an idea which values are there, how are these calculated, and which are the problems. We didn't do any in-depth research, and we focused on the countries where there is a price list. Important distinction in the legislations and the answers of people, you have to make a distinction between the sanction, the punishment on the one hand, and compensation on the other hand. We in Bioval look at compensation. And we found values in not less than 10 Eastern European countries for this bird. The values, they range from 150 euros in Bulgaria to an amount of more than 17,000 euros in Latvia. In Croatia, 1,900 euros. In Estonia, 3,200 euros for the same bird. But interesting, all these countries have legislation in this field. And Finland is the only country who has a calculation method for valuing plants or animals. In Finland, when there is a biodiversity offense, which is proven, the monetary value of this protected plant or animal must be forfeited and it goes to the state. There is, it's 1,500 euros for the black kite. There is no value for the red kite because it is rare in Finland. And Finland has a calculation method. I will not explain it to you because I'm not a scientist, I'm a lawyer, so my math is very bad. But yes, Finland is the only country where there is a formula for calculating damage to species. And we want to find out whether this formula could be used in other countries as well, whether it is correct. And we have ordered a study to look into this. I will come back to that in a minute. Also in Hungary, there is a protected species price list. And in Latvia, as you told, I think Lithuania. I'm coming to Lithuania. Yes, for the bird, we found a value of 430 euros, and then you multiply that strange way of calculating. I must say, it was difficult for us to do this research because of the language barrier. We had to use Google Translate, and that was a bit difficult. In Romania, I see that our honorary member, Ms. Greco, is attending today. She was a judge in the High Court of Cassation in Romania. I don't know if you are still there. Madalina, there is in Romania legislation, and there are amounts for this kind of damage. And for the red kite, this, according to our research, it was 1,350 euros. So you see that the amounts, they vary enormously. And Spain. In Spain, each different region, because as you know, environment is in competence of the Comunidades Autónomas. In Spain, it is a regional competence, and each region has its own price list. So the values vary within the country. So we have no ideas whether these values are being applied by the courts, by administrative authorities. The language was difficult, and we don't have responses from a number of important member states. The quality of the responses was not always very good. You see that in the answers of people, and they are professionals in the field, this is a very complicated matter. The legislation is complicated, and the calculation is also complicated. So as I told you, the amount for one bird varies from country to country, and even within a country. We have found very little information on how the countries came to these amounts, except for Finland, where there is a mathematic formula. And countries use criteria which have nothing to do with the intrinsic value of species. They calculate an amount with the minimum wage in the country. They use general price categories. They use multipliers, or the amounts are inspired on the amount of administrative fines. So we also asked our respondents, what criteria would you find relevant? And as Jakob said, the population size is important. The rarity of species, their reproduction capacity. Can you breed or can you create a new specimen in a rescue center? The age is relevant. The role in the population. What does it cost to restore a species? Other criteria that were suggested were the market value, because many of these, for example, these birds have a value on the market. They are being sold illegally online often. As Yvonne immediately suggested, you need to go and have a look at the conservation status internationally, but also on the European or the national level. The number of individuals is a criterion. Was it an intentional or an accidental act? What is the cultural value of a species for the society? And what funds have already been invested for the conservation of it? And there were a whole series of other criteria suggested. What do we do now in Bioval? Because Bioval is not an achieved project, it is work in progress. And we organized a tender. We ordered a study by a scientific institute, and this was the Flemish Institute for Nature and Forest Research. And we asked them to draft a first discussion note, list of criteria, a possible formula that could be used. So they analyzed existing methods, the Finnish list. There is a decree and legislation on this subject in Russia. They evaluated the criteria and they selected 3 of them that are objective and that should be part of a formula. The conservation status they withheld, the cultural value, and the ecological significance. So now we are testing the criteria and we are trying to make an equation to calculate a compensation for killing or the death, if you like, because of course we are a bit, I am a criminal environmental lawyer, I'm a bit focused on illegal acts, but species can also be the victim of pollution or habitat destruction, of course. And we now plan to discuss all of this and the proposal or the start note of INBO during a series of workshops. The workshops will be mixed, lawyers, biologists, economists. We want to mix the audience, and probably it will hopefully take place physically and at least in a hybrid way, so that people can also participate online in April or beginning of May in Brussels. We are still applying for the budget to organize that with the European Commission. So I hope that this was a little bit interesting for you. It was not about waste, but about wildlife. And if you are interested in hearing more about the Bioval project, or you want to be invited on one of these workshops or any other question, please contact me. You can find this, my email address here. So thanks very much for your attention. And there are some remarks in the chat.
Yeah, thank you so much, Farah. I'd like to give the audience a bit of the opportunity to ask questions. So yeah, I saw in the chat. Maybe it's easy if I read them.
So I will stop sharing first. Yeah.
I see Zibo Yu from China asking or commenting that in China all wild animals are protected. I don't know if you want to elaborate on this, Zibu.
All right.
If
Yeah,
you'd like to unmute yourself, thank you. Yeah.
In China, all the wild animals are protected, and the people will be arrested and convicted by illegally killing the animals. And I remember that I forgot in which year a teenager or an undergraduate, he was arrested. He was arrested for capturing 40 frogs. Yeah, it's very strict. People will be punished by killing any animals in cities or in the nature. And they will of course have to pay the penalty. But I don't think the penalty would go directly for compensating the nature. It's the government money, and of course China is performing some laws on protecting nature. But I'm not sure. I don't know how much of it are used for protecting the animals. Thank you.
Okay. So if I may just clarify one thing, that BioVal is not about the punishment. It is not about the penalty or the fine, because as you said, often illegal acts regarding protected species are criminally sanctioned. That is one thing. That is sanction that has to be imposed on the perpetrator. It is important for preventing that it happens again. But does it really help when you impose a penalty on the offender? Nature is not helped. I mean, nothing, the species is not restored. Or if a forest is illegally cut, the forest is not repaired. So we are talking about, apart from the punishment, apart from a fine or jail sentence, repairing the biodiversity damage that is done. And it is more on the civil level that we think about it. So it is something that comes on top of a sanction.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think the system is still working very well. The government pay lots of attention to publicizing the animal protection law, and even some people they don't get high level education. They know they should protect any animals in their life. I think the system is working well. Yeah.
So, but you write that in China the penalty is not used for nature.
I'm not sure if the penalty is used in which way, because I didn't pay much attention to it. It just doesn't go directly in protecting the nature or the animals. It's a government money, so.
Yeah. So it's the same here in Belgium, at least. The fines, they go to the general finance budget. They are not reinvested in nature. But the idea is that criminals should, and it's also the case with other criminal acts, they are punished. That is one thing, but they also have to repair the damage done, right, to the victim.
Mm-hmm.
That is another thing, and that is what BioVal is about. And yes, we think that only if you order the restoration of ecological damage, only then you will have a sufficient deterrent effect and achieve that the crime decreases, as Meltem remarks. Yes.
Yes, I think there is indeed an additional question from Melton that links to this issue, and he asks, well, yes, did the punishment for killing or poison animals, did the crime decrease, does the system work properly? I don't know whether we have any information with respect to these issues already, Farah.
No, that is a general problem in Europe, and it has also been found by the Council of Europe. We lack statistics about environmental crime and about recidive. I don't know how you translate that in English. No, there is an absolute lack of statistics. Recidivism. We don't know actually whether our sanctioning is effective. This is not being, nobody keeps track of this. And yes, as Dia says, but that is a problem for any criminal punishment. When someone who is ordered to pay for compensation goes bankrupt, yes, you have a problem. Then your sentence cannot be executed. But that is the same for any kind of criminal case.
Yeah. It should be at least for any criminal case. So we see in the Netherlands, if you have no money to pay your fines, then in the end you might find yourself with an imprisonment or a kind of community service to fulfill your fines or to fulfill your debt to the government. Yes. So I think, yeah.
I would just like to ask to Asta, because she immediately reacted and said that in Lithuania there is a special fund and a wolf would cost 5,400 euros. Is this being applied in practice?
Yes, it is applied, and this fund is consists not only from this compensations fines, but also additional amounts which are divided to municipalities for environmental issues. So at least this financial compensation, it comes to the municipality.
So that's a model country. That's how it should be.
Well, thank you so much, Farah, for your presentation. I think, Yvonne, it's time to close right now. Do you want to take over?
Yeah, I'd just like to close today's proceedings and obviously to thank everybody for all of your hard work and dedication today. Thank you so much to all of our speakers, to Brian, Nick, and to Farah. I'm sure everybody would agree that that was a fascinating journey through waste, environmental protection, so many themes that we've hit on today. So again, a very, very special thanks to all of you. I'd like to give a special thanks as well to Izia and to Marion, who have just been my absolute wing women today, and for helping things run so smoothly. I just want to bring you through what's going to happen tomorrow, our day 2. So we have the same structure again, three sessions, short breaks, and lots of trying to bring interaction to the proceedings, and to really try and help people to network as well, and to get a good training experience. So I put in the chat there that I'm just going to run one Menti poll with you, because I'm aware we're going to close this session now promptly, and we will have left the chat and things like that, but this will stay open actually pretty much for 2 days. So if you want to submit something later on, I will leave this open. So if you want to provide some feedback in advance of tomorrow, please go to menti.com, put in the code 977360 and 0. And you can type in there's some feedback, or if there's something you'd like us to address tomorrow or change. So with that, I'm going to close today's proceedings, and just thank you all for coming, and looking forward to seeing you all again tomorrow. Thanks a million. Bye, everyone.
Thank you, Yvonne. Bye.
Thank you, Yvonne. Bye-bye.
Thanks, Nick.
Have a nice afternoon.
Thank you so much.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Thank you. Cheers.